Okay, guys, we got a couple minutes before we're going to get started down here with the mini Q&A session. Just so you know, this is all being live streamed on the SWCD's YouTube channel. So if you missed something that you wanted to see, you can go back and check that out, or you can tune that in, and you can see all of the presentations to include the main stage here. So we're going to get started in about 3 minutes, so we stay on time. So get your coffee, get your donuts, and come around, and we got some really engaging conversation that's going to happen up here at the main stage. Also, if you submit a question, you're entered into a drawing for prizes. I got some good stuff up here to give away today. I would say if you haven't, enter in a question, and you have the opportunity to win a prize. Okay, we're about ready to start.
Square feet
5 after.
breaker instead of a whole acre to be more efficient and be more effective, like fanning, fertility, and things like that.
About to
If I
get
can be
going.
more efficient, I think that's
you
right.
got a question,
and use less fertility in demand.
We're still having questions. It's not
So
too late.
okay, so what how does that affect erosion? How does it affect what nutrients we don't use?
So just so you guys know, if you submit a question and it doesn't get asked, that's okay. The speakers are still here afterwards. You can go up to them, talk to them personally, ask your questions. If you enter in a question with the QR code, or if you turn in an index card with the question, you get entered into a drawing to win some of our prizes that our sponsors have been kind enough to donate for us to give away. So we're going to get started. This is our first Q&A for today. We have Jim Schwartz, and we have Tom Mortensen, and then Ty Garman from the Stormwater World podcast is going to be asking the questions along with Phil Anderson. So this should be a very good conversation. If you weren't here yesterday, Phil works for Rethink. He is the chief rethinker, and he does a really good job of kind of moderating these things. So Ty does the Stormwater World podcast. If you haven't checked that out, he has some information up here. I encourage you guys to check his podcasts out. I might be on one of them. Tom might be on one of them. It's a really good way to get some information that you might not otherwise know. All right, guys, you ready, Ty? All right, we're about to turn this over.
Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. Welcome to day 2. Hey, Dirk. Wow. All right, I'm getting some, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's all right. I think we can keep going. We'll see if it's everybody's mic or just
mine.
just mine.
All right.
Test 1,
Check
2.
test. Check test.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think it's okay.
I want you to have to lean
Perfect.
down.
Yep.
Phil, why don't you go ahead and kick us off with a question for Jim?
Okay, well, it's actually kind of for both of them is something that I sat through first half of of Tom's, then I went over to Jim's, And what strikes me is you focusing so much on design, and that we don't start there. We start with the other end, and we finally end up at design instead of starting at design and end up at the other end. So I'm listening to Jim talk about roots and root architecture, and the same thing holds true. It's if we think about it as design and think about the field and the plants and everything we're doing in the design, it changes the way we have to approach the site and use. So I'd love for each of you to talk about, that design element and how important it is. And Tom, why don't you kick that out? Because that would just like hit me in the face.
Yeah, it's something I've talked a lot about because I've been the victim of being on a design team where a lot of decisions were made early on and I wasn't part of them. Not just me, but other people that should have been in the room. And what I find is that it's totally inefficient. It is hitting the rewind button. It costs more, and it takes a lot more time to do it that way. There's a curve, I think it's called the McAlevey curve. And in the design realm, if you can make solid decisions up front with the entire team and do what I was telling Phil about design, there's this thing called design, and then we engineer that design, and then we build that design, and then we landscape that design. When you can get those decisions made very, very early, you save so much time and money. I've been the victim of the other half of that, where it's just brain damage, and we're undoing and we're trying to fix, and it's too late. Decisions were made early on that, impact the outcome of the project that should have been decided early. So it's really kind of my thing that I always say is get me involved early, get the engineer involved early, don't wait. But the architects like to draw, and they like to take control of the client. They like to, do all these beautiful renderings, and then we come along and say, guess what? You didn't think about this. You didn't think about that. The setbacks, all these other things that impact that design that we could have actually done a brain dump on in the first 5 hours.
Well, it almost sounds like, that old adage of measure twice, cut once.
Absolutely. Yep.
And it's like, yeah, but I'm so excited. I got scissors. So I just want to cut. And it's like, wait. We need to plan better.
Right.
And think about it. And so that's one question. I've got another one that follows up with that. But go ahead, Jim.
Well, I think, it's interesting. Both my sons have recently purchased homes. And I would say, what do you want in your home? They would talk about, I want dual vanities in the sink. I want 3 bedrooms. I want all this stuff. And I said, you've never really spoken about the foundation. And I got news for you. The most important part of the home you're buying is the foundation. And when I think about what you're saying, right? What you're saying is we have to start foundationally and build from the bottom up. And when you think about roots and think about the things you're talking about, I think what we're learning, and think is the operative word here, we're learning that it's important to start with those foundational principles about what you want to do in your design, and then start matching the things that we're doing to those designs, as opposed to randomly trying to put pieces together and seeing what the outcome is. And roots, I think we're learning that those root architectures need to probably be matched better to those foundational things that a farmer's doing. Because in the past we've just said plant this hybrid without asking the questions about what's the foundation of your house like, what's the design of your system like. And when we see those performance variables or that variation in performance, we're like, why did that happen?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Tom's presentation because he came on the podcast, right? I mean, it's the same title, and I just feel like the title of your presentation kind of says it all, right? So it's nature ignores design that ignores nature, and I kind of almost think about it too. Like we've talked previously, while we've been here this week, is that water doesn't care that we put an arbitrary boundary around this city and that city and this city. The water's going to go where the water goes, and I feel like it's the same way. If you don't give credence to nature inside of your design, then you're really just fighting an uphill battle from the beginning, right?
Well, there's always the low spot across the field, and I don't care what kind of a system you design, the water is going to find that low spot. And so they're like, well, we got side ditches, and it's supposed to go down here and turn 90, and then go down to the end and turn. It's like, it's going to go across the field.
Nature
We
always
should-
wins.
Nature wins. So
Yes.
we should acknowledge that and design with it.
Highly engineered systems, in my opinion, only delay inevitable failure. I mean, the Hoover Dam's going to fail.
There's
someday.
another soundbite for everybody. Say that again, Tom.
Highly engineered systems only delay inevitable failure because Mother Nature always wins. You know, the Hoover Dam is going to fail someday. I don't know when, but we think we can engineer our way out of everything. And don't get me wrong, I think it's great, but we have, if we're fighting nature to do that, to force a square peg in a round hole, you're always going to lose. It's never going to work.
I've got a question for you, Tom, from Tim McConnellis. McConnellis, I apologize if I messed up your last name, Tim. The question is, it's actually two-part. What do you find to be the biggest hurdle? Number one, changing the mindset from this is the way we've always done things, or number two, is it convincing them to possibly spend more upfront for better quote-unquote technology and long-term savings with maybe lower maintenance?
It's a great question. I get that often. And I think the mindset is changing, but if you rewind back 10 years, a lot of private developers didn't want to touch this stuff because there's no incentive to do it. It costs money. Why would they want to do it? And once MMSD and other agencies building an incentive for a developer to actually get grant money to implement these strategies, that changes the mindset. A lot of it too is, I did a lot of work for Cabela's. We designed Cabela's stores all over the US. And that was a client who got it. They just said, we sell outdoor hunting and fishing equipment. We want our sites to look like we sell hunting and fishing equipment.
Like we care.
Yeah. We don't want mowed turf with little gumball shrubs and lollipop trees and all that stuff. We want this to look like a real, something that occurred in nature.
Yeah.
So a big part of it, of the hurdle, is really having the client who actually wants to truly do it. And I've actually talked some clients out of it because I realize that they don't have the staff to do it. If they're going to be implementing these strategies and they don't have people to take care of it, you might as well be planting $20 bills. So that's why I think, if you have a client that's got the mindset and there's an incentive from an agency to get them grant funding, and maybe it becomes part of their mission. Maybe it's a sustainability mission for that company. All those things can kind of add up to someone wanting to actually do it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Phil?
Well, one thing that goes with that, and I think it works over with what I was hearing from Jim as well, because as we sat down here, he goes, mostly what I got is questions, But what we find, and you talked about, Tom, is you said you got all the way through a whole project, and then the guy doing the code said, okay, here's the problems, because we wrote the code. Well, we wrote the code as baseline. If at our worst, we want to be here. We never have, but what if we designed for, what if we chose where we could go? What if we chose the aspiration instead of, well, I'm at the minimum?
Yeah.
Because who wants to have those people on their staff? Well, they do the minimum. Good.
Right.
No, we're talking about building a team. And so you're looking at a project, that's your team. How do we move to that aspirational side of, man, we can do better?
It's a good question because I've worked with a lot of different communities that have their municipal codes, and like I said in the presentation, changing a municipal code is like reversing the magnetic poles of the earth. It's very, very difficult to make that happen. So yeah, if that's the bottom line, that's the baseline, and a developer is developing something, unless they embrace this or they want to go there,
right.
It's not my decision to go and try to twist their arm to do it. But when I have had clients say, Tom, we really do want to implement these strategies, but the code says we got to plant 2 trees per every island, and the island has to be 9 feet wide and 18 feet long, and blah blah blah, and all this math conundrum. And we're going to be planting trees where trees don't grow. So I always go to the municipal planner and say, what if we did this instead? What if we took all this real estate that's being carved up into these tiny little parking lot islands and we shoved it out to the edge of the site? Now we got real estate. Now we can actually work with it, and we can create a true functioning landscape, which I can't do in a clay bathtub in the middle of a parking lot. It's not a good place for plants to grow. So I had that conversation with them,
right.
And I have gotten variances, which is rare, but I have gotten variances. I got one in Reno, Nevada for Cabela's. They wanted us to plant 400 trees where trees don't grow because their mathematical code said we had to plant 400 trees, and I got it down to about 100. But still we had to plant trees where trees don't grow.
Right, right. Well, and I think, Jim, to that point, you know, on the farm side, we're always looking at where could we go, but you're asking different questions. And I think that's a key part of moving beyond, this is the way we've always done it, that's the baseline, that's the standard. If we ignored the standards, what would we really want and try to do?
Yeah, and you know, the questions that we ask, at least the questions I ask, are born out of ignorance, right? It's born out of my lack of understanding. And so when you start doing the work, Tom, that you do, or some of the work that we do, it gets back to, we first have to be willing to say, maybe we don't have the answers, and maybe there's a different approach to doing it. And so, like I said, what my understanding of roots was born out of ignorance. Based on, I've been in the seed business 40 years. I thought I understood it, and in the last 2 years, what I've really learned is I had no idea, right? And so, starting from that point to say, I don't have the answers, but we continue to learn, and it gets back to what Tom's talking about with that design factor is, you can see different root architectures over here. How do those fit into the systems that we're currently employing on our farm, as opposed to trying to fit a square peg into a round hole? Finding those fits into the system, the design that currently exists, is probably going to de-risk a lot of the performance issues we're seeing.
Right.
You know, I've got a question, and I may be totally out of my lane, which that's kind of where I live most of the time anyway, so here we go. From a human psychology standpoint, I feel like we all kind of live moving away from punishment or toward reward. In your all's experience, have you guys ever seen a place that just incentivized, not, you know, I almost feel like it would be better to incentivize people to go above the baseline.
Right.
Do you guys see that anywhere, whether it's tax rebates or some other, or is that a crazy idea that would never work? That, you know, I just feel like if I'm a developer and you could incentivize me, and it'd have to be a good incentive, right? But could we incentivize people to go a little bit and listen a little, because then at least they would listen, right? They would maybe be more open to it. Is that something that you guys see that's occurring, or has it occurred in your experience?
I'll comment real quick, then Tom, feel free. Here's what I would say. I've learned human psychology is this. For the most part, we all will ask this question first. What's in it for me?
Exactly,
right?
My point.
And
Yeah.
so if we can help them understand what's in it for them, whether that be more efficiency, more revenue, better for the environment, better for my neighbors, once it's explaining the why, right? Explaining the why and helping them understand what's in it for them, then I think that acceptance level will go up. But we really have to answer that question first. What's in it for them?
Right. I just didn't know. I mean, altruism is one thing,
Yeah.
but then money's
Right.
money.
What's in it
right?
for me?
And so I didn't.
Yeah.
Have you run into anything like that?
Yeah, 10 years ago, no, but now, all the time. MMSD, Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewage District, has a grant program.
Okay.
They'll match dollars for green infrastructure, so they incentivize it.
Okay.
There's a deed restriction that's placed on their property. Some developers are okay with that, some don't like it. Some municipalities do it in parks. It's not a big deal, it's not a heavy lift, but they just want to be able to come in and make sure it's being maintained. Because they, you know, if they're going to pony up $1.3 million for green infrastructure, they're going to want to make sure it's functioning. So, but that's
They want to get that payback. All the altruistic
Right.
things that are supposed to come out of doing the right thing, they want to make sure they get that, right?
And that we got $1.3 million. That was the largest grant that was ever awarded in Milwaukee.
Oh, awesome. Bill?
I got one, and it's going to take it all the way down to the ground, which is, so this is from Daryl Schober, do you think no-till and cover crops can affect the root structure?
So the answer to that question is yes, right? Now, we believe that the angle and the surface area are more or less morphological traits, okay? In other words, they're fairly static. However, everything we do, density layers, root channels, earthworm, all those things will impact those different surface area, angle, and mass to a degree. Mass especially. That mass is the root mass is the one that we feel is the most impacted by the different environmental inputs. So to answer that question, absolutely yes.
Okay. Where are we at?
Oh, we got a few minutes still, don't we?
We do. The next session is going to start at
Do you have any more? Do you have any more questions from the?
I have one from Tom. It's so why are the roots different between the cages and the pictures that the students taking the pictures?
Okay, so these cages, this is a perfect scenario, right?
Fake news.
Yeah, exactly. But what they teach us, what we're really trying to understand out of the cages is understanding the angle and then that surface area, big roots, little roots. When you get out into the real world, again, those differences are similar relative to each type of hybrid, but they're very different in mass. In other words, when I go to a clay soil, I'm going to get a different result than a prairie soil, but the relative differences between the hybrids remain somewhat similar.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Do we have any questions that you maybe you thought of while we were sitting here visiting for either of these guys before we let them go and do a drawing?
I got one.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bill.
I love this statement. Stormwater is a resource, not a waste. Right? So, and at the same time, right before you said, we've greenwashed a bunch of stuff. So we have to be careful with our language. But what if we are really precise with our language, which is water's water. We're going to use it in some way. So how do we use it more and address it more in our language so it's not just, well, it's a storm water. Not everything's a storm. Water's going to move. We're going to deal with all of it, right? Walk out here, it was dry, it was wet yesterday. Water was moving all around that construction site. It's a storm water? Yesterday, yeah. Water still moving? You know, so I just thought it was interesting that it's not a waste.
Nope.
It's the question is, what do we do now? And we talk about it because if I have runoff, if I don't get fertilizer placed right, and then it moves, that's a double because it's not where it shouldn't be, and I took a financial hit because it left where it was supposed to be.
Right.
So all of that comes around. It's how do we deal with the language around these terms that really help us share what needs to be addressed.
A couple times in my presentation, I talked about a water ethic. So Aldo Leopold, Sand County Almanac, if you've ever had a chance to read Aldo Leopold, it's an incredible book on ecology and the environment. He was kind of like the godfather of the environment throughout Wisconsin. And he came up with what was called a land ethic.
Yeah.
And whether you're an outdoor sportsman, a hunter, a fisher, environmentalist, a restoration ecologist, a botanist, it addressed all of that. And I think we have to do the same thing with water. And it's getting there. But I think we all have to adopt a water ethic. Like I said in my presentation, I would much rather have clean drinking water than overabundant milk. We make too much of it.
Right.
We dump a lot of it. We powderize a lot of it. I'd rather have clean water. So it's about the ethic behind the water.
Right. Good. Great.
Jim, Tom, thank you so much for being up here with us. Can we give these guys a
Put your hands together for them.
round of applause, please?
Hang right here. We're gonna.
You guys can hang out up here. All right. You want me to?
Remember, these guys are around all day. Look at these root boxes. We talked about seed, plant, rich lists around here. Look at these planter units, the seed boxes. See, Tom, our sessions are going to start in sections 1 and 2. Todd's going to spin the wheel.
We have a prize to give away for everybody who submitted a question. So Lori from Wessler Engineering, come on up here. Wessler is one of our key sponsors. Thank you, Wessler. We're going to spin the wheel. There's all the names that have submitted questions. The winner gets a $50 gift card to Home Depot right now. $50 gift card to Home Depot. Tim McCandless, you're $50 richer. Congratulations. And his question was the one that was read, so that's fantastic. Give Tim a round of applause. What a good question. Yeah. All right, our next session starts in 4 minutes. So Lahaini Schutzman is going to be in the stormwater room. And then on the other side, we're going to have Rodney Rulon. So make sure you head that way. If you haven't already signed in for any credits that you're trying to receive, make sure you do so. all of you vendors that are out here, we're going to start serving lunch at 11:30. So there will be a Q&A session happening, but you guys can actually go and start getting your food for the sake of being able to move more people through the line. She's doing smash burgers made to order, so make sure we give her the opportunity to make as many as she needs to make. We'll let the vendors all start eating at 11:30. We'll have the mini Q&A session here in a little bit. We've kind of offered for the vendors to go get in line and eat, so don't be upset that they're getting special treatment. But they paid more to be here, so they can actually eat first. The Q&A session will start in just a minute. We're waiting on the other session to kind of wrap up. So if you need to use the restroom, now's a good time.
So is this supposed to have like the little green light beside this? Or
No, just a line.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. And then once you push the button, if you don't want to sit down, you don't have to stand there because you can take pictures and stuff.
Oh my God! Luckily, I was at the end of it, but
Oh, in the back. Oh yeah.
usually I'll go like when we meet people online. I usually take 35 to 40 minutes, and then I leave 20 minutes for questions.
Yeah, and it's
But here
different.
was a 1
1
hour,
full hour
and
to
so
talk.
I'm like, how to fill it in, and I think I filled it in. Actually, I timed it just right because when he gave me the 5-minute warning, I only had 2 slides.
Slides left?
I wasn't the
That's perfect.
second to last. Yeah.
Perfect.
But I was
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if the egg people got too excited too, and the 5 minutes was a surprise for them.
Yeah. Test.
All right. As everybody kind of heads this way, has question and answer. We're waiting on Phil. There he is. Yeah, he's learning more information from the Purdue Climate group. So.
Very good. Very good.
Hello.
I'm good.
Good. All right. Can everybody hear me?
They'll just sit here and talk, so it's kind of nice to have them.
Oh, did you guys want to say anything? We good? All right, we're getting ready to start session 5, the Q&A. Welcome back, everybody. We have quite a few questions. We're going to kick it off with a question for Lahaini. See if I can get myself together here. All right, first question comes from JJ Labounty. Question is, has Iris been used in more urbanized environments with substantial subsurface infrastructure? If so, have there been any negative impacts to said utilities?
Interesting. So we definitely have a few urban applications. The site that I shared in the parking lot, which was an underground storage chamber, that was like a pretty, I don't think it gets like more urban than a parking lot. So that has been one of the applications. No negative impact in anything that I can think of, and we have a bunch of like sensory in that area. And we have also done quite a few. That facility specifically has permeable paver on top, right? So it's a kind of a shallower system. But we have done a few with like underground galleries, and they're like pretty deep into the ground beneath like parking lots with manholes as like inlets. And with those, we do intercept a bunch of like different utilities and the foundation of the buildings as well, like quite close to those. We have not had any report of negative impact in those scenarios. So that's it.
You have a question that you
Sure.
would like to follow
Sure.
up with either Lahani or with Rod?
I'm over on this subject matter, but
All right.
you got a follow up, Dot? Or
No,
you, okay.
no, go ahead.
Okay,
I think
so Rodney, I heard you say university research, and then you said you had to figure out how to make it work on your place. And so I think what I gathered from that was that university research is a great arrow. It's an indicator. Then we got to do the hard work, right? Because then you got to make sure it works at your place.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, we've always been, I'm a Purdue grad. Almost everybody in my family's Purdue grad. We've always been closely tied to that system, and have tried to work with them and look at what they're doing on the agronomy farm, on their other farms, and those have been great overall indicators of, hey, this, in this part of the state, whether it's down at Davis or up at the agronomy farm or whatever, in this part of the state, this is kind of what they're seeing. But they do things differently than we do on our farm. They use some different equipment. They're mostly in small plots where there's some traffic issues, especially for no-till and those kind of things. So sometimes you can take those as indicators, or you can just look at them and say, hey, I understand why that didn't work the way you did it. I think it'll work, but I'm going to have to try it on my farm. And so yeah, you've got to be willing to, or at least be lucky enough to have a neighbor that's willing to do the research. We've been really lucky working with Bex over the years. Some of those long-term plots that they were talking about there right before my presentation, we've actually been involved in, and so that's been neat to have somebody that's willing to go that deep with us. But yeah, you've got to look everywhere, and sometimes you got to do a little bit yourself.
Well, and you go from northern Indiana up here, and you look at, you're in Lake Country, and then you go down to the central, and you're in the till plain,
Yep.
and then southern Indiana is a whole new. It's a weird dichotomy of things because you got the hill country, and then you got some lowlands, but and they can't test everywhere, and so it's an indicator to let's look at this. And then and Jim right before this was talking about we got a lot of questions. And I think, that's what your research shows. You've got a lot of questions over the years.
Right.
And you continue to, every year it's like, now I got a new question.
Yeah, every year we get a new question. But yeah, I think if you look at, I've been involved in this, not to get off the subject, but this new Farm Advisors program that we're setting up across the state. And we looked at that, and a lot of us that have done a lot of this research, we all kind of agreed. So that's a mentoring program where we try and work with farmers who are getting started in these practices. And we agreed we've got to break everything down basically in Indiana into 3 regions, right? So I don't want somebody being a mentor to somebody up here that's from the southern part of the state, right?
Right.
You can go east and west all the way across the state. You probably can look. So we use a lot of the Purdue research down, like I said, at Davis Center or something like that, that's a little closer to us, east to west, and that makes a lot more sense.
Yep, great. Good, good.
We've got a question. Actually, a couple of folks asked basically the same question, so that's a good question, right? So can Iris help reduce detention basin sizing by increasing the rate of groundwater infiltration?
Yes. Easy peasy.
You want to expound on that?
There we
Like,
go.
do you have any so do you have like an example of where that's occurred, or like a ratio at all, or anything like that?
So the ratio will depend on your design goal, right? So how much do you want to decrease? And really what geohydrology look like, because we are depending on those subsurface layers. So if we are talking about footprint reduction, that's what we call it, we are definitely talking about a soil boring, specifically in that basin, because sometimes we have vicinity. We need at least a 25 feet deep boring inside of that basin to determine the substrata in that location. And yeah, I think conservatively speaking, we can talk about like 15% reduction in footprint. I think 30% reduction is possible. I would be cautious to recommend more than a 30% reduction depending on the location.
Cool. I've got a question for Rodney.
Okay.
All right, cool. It comes from Carl Reed. He asks, if you could only plant 2 cover crop seeds, depending on bean and corn rotation, what seeds would that be? I know it's hard for me to get the accent of agriculture.
There we
It's
go.
a whole
Yeah,
different
so-
language for me.
So, you need to turn your hat a little sideways. We always say we
Let
got
me
our
let me
farmer
see
hat
if
on.
I
and-
can ask that better.
Yeah, put your farmer hat on. There you go. All right. So that's an interesting question because I've spent the last 20 years trying to get more and more diversity in our mixes because in the room where I was talking, I referenced several times those different root type manners and things, and there's reasons to use a whole bunch of different cover crops. If I had to narrow it down to things that just worked really well in all of our data, so for the sheer biomass and ease of planting behind corn, which harvest can get late, behind corn, I'm going to go with cereal rye ahead of soybeans. There's generally a positive impact, no real negative impact there. So that's a pretty easy one. It's a little harder ahead of corn. A lot of guys will say something that makes nitrogen or something like that, but really we don't tend to let them go long enough to get a big benefit out of that. So I'm probably going to go with a brassica, something like a rapeseed, canola type thing that's got a good kind of a mixed root. And will overwinter.
But I think that's the challenge is what you're showing in there is, yeah, you'd love to be able to say, if I pick these 2, I'm good. But the results are coming when you say, no, it's broader than that. And so we talked about at the very beginning of the day, first session, what we do is we settle for the standard instead of what can we aspire to. And so what I see you in the work that you guys are continually doing is you're saying, but there's more here if we choose to do it a little bit different way. So what's the indicator and where does it take us? And I think that's an important finding from your stuff is it's not as simple as corn or beans. It's like there's more to it than that. So
yeah, I think that's true, and that's what we found over the years. And I tried to bring out there in some of those mixes that I was using and things like that. It's dependent on weather. It's dependent on when you want to plant next spring, on what your herbicide program is, on just what your goals are, and all of these things. So we'll run multiple different mixes, and yeah, it's more work. But if you want the full benefit, just like growing corn, there's no easy button, right? It's you wish there was an easy button, but you know, if you want the full benefit of the effort you're putting in, then you've got to put in a little work.
I just want an easy button for my garden in my house.
Good luck.
Much less a farm. Yeah. I don't know how y'all do it.
I'm much better at growing corn than a garden.
I don't even. That's my wife's thing. I can't. I don't even know how it all works. I got another question for you, Rodney. It comes from Jacob. Does an early maturity variety and early cover crop outweigh a later season variety? And then, how many years does it take to transition a conventional till to no-till? And then, what is your? I guess I have three questions. What is your approach to a wet fall harvest and no-till?
Okay, so the early season versus late season varieties. What we find, especially in once you get established in this no-till cover crop system, is that your water management and nutrient management change a little bit, and the crop maturity changes. What we found is that we don't give up much yield going to the earlier maturities, whether it's soybeans or corn. Typically, 5 out of the last 6 years, a group like 2.5 for us. Soybean, which most people around us would say their best yielders are 3.2, 3.3.
Right.
Normally, 5 out of the last 6 years, the 2.5s have been our highest yielders. It's more dependent on planting day in the spring than it is on the maturity. So you want to get them out there and get them planted. That's the key with the soybeans. For corn, you know, we're pushing back closer to that 100-day mark on the early stuff. And then corn, there's reasons for that fuller season, whether it's standability, if you know you're going to be later in the season or whatever. And in those cases, since we're going to be going to soybeans, we can use that CORI that just lets us plant that cover crop a little later. So yeah, that was that one. And then
Oh, I'll have to go back. Hang on, I'll find it.
Well,
transition, I do remember the transition question. For us, it used to be a 3 to 5 year transition. You'd go through that point where the soil got real hard and you struggled and you were pulling your hair out and ready to give up. With cover crops, with better planting equipment that we've got now, we see that we can make the transition with no yield loss, but it takes about 3 years to see the biologic gain. So.
And then the final question in there was your approach to a wet fall harvest and no-till?
Yeah, so tires, tracks, whatever you want to do, but you've got to spread the weight out. You got to be conscious. Once you're in a no-till system, the first 2 to 3 years are the critical years. You're just going to have to be careful and not track it up. After 3 years, you build the bulk density in the soil and the structure. You've been getting your cover crops on. It'll hold up the equipment if you have reasonable, flotation tires and that kind of stuff. So that first 3 years, anytime you go out and do any kind of tillage, even the vertical till, and you mess up that structure, you're going to be at risk of tracking in a wet fall. So the less of that you do, the better.
Thank you. I got a question for Lahaini from Matt. The question is, has the Parjana system ever been used to improve root zone aeration or as an alternative to conventional drain tile?
Technically, yes. So yeah, we have conducted research at Martini Farms in California, where we have installed these devices around trees to measure up. Well, at that point, it was a drip irrigation, and we were measuring moisture transference. That is, in terms of like aeration and something like that, I feel like our company still has some room to grow in terms of research, like what kind of sensor we utilizes to quantify that. So I can tell you with confidence that every place that we install those devices, that there is plant life those usually thrive, like they get like very happy. But I think that because we started as a stormwater company, I feel like we are taking like slow steps into plant life and the agriculture aspect. But we have had indicators of improvement. We have had this small research plot at this Martini farm, and we were quantifying soil moisture. But I would love to exchange what has been the research and how we can quantify soil aeration and those other indicatives of plant health, because I would definitely love to research like how our product can, and not only research, but I like saying numbers. I want to tell you how much it can improve. I want to measure it. So yeah, that's a great question, and that's a great challenge. Like I'm gonna look into it.
You have anything?
Yeah. So it's interesting. I'm sitting here, and I know who's standing right here next to me from Hamilton County with the watershed he's in.
Okay.
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun,
So we talk
dun.
about better soil health. You talked about that. You talked about it's good for the farm. It's good for the surroundings, the neighbors, and you know and it's good for the water. How do we start making the correlation that it's good for the municipality? That they're looking at it and go, this is good. This is good. And is there value, monetary value, to the municipality to say, we're going to get involved in the financial side of this?
Yeah, so the correlation has
There you
been
go.
drawn, right? So you know, going back to the rulings in Iowa a few years back and other things that have happened since then, the correlation has been drawn for us right there locally. The Indianapolis utilities have already stepped up and started cost sharing pilot programs.
Okay.
Right. So pilot programs with cover crops, and that is related to the amount of money they're spending dredging the reservoirs. Right. Just simply, it's not even related to the fact that the actual cleaning up of the water, you know, taking out the particulate and those kind of things. This is just that they're, you know, Morris Reservoir, tiny reservoir right there in Cicero next to us. They committed, I think, $300,000 a year to dredge that reservoir, and they barely are, in my opinion, just watching it over the last 5 years, barely keeping up with the amount of sediment that's coming in, quite honestly. And so they have started working with the Soil and Water District and providing some money on pilot programs to get cover crops and get people to try cover crops because they can see. I mean, clean water going in is better.
Well, they're kind of like the Lakes Association, you know, in that same context we're talking, you know, lake associations going, look, we don't need that here, so we're gonna make sure it doesn't get here.
Yeah.
And now the municipality's in the same place going, we can't afford it here, so what do we have to do to make sure it doesn't get here in the first place?
Exactly.
Otherwise, we're trying to figure out how to patch it up later.
Yeah, and there's a huge opportunity, especially in these areas where we're close to those municipalities. I mean, there's a huge opportunity to store water. If you look at, I mean, you can build water storage for stormwater, but the millions and billions, literally, of gallons that we can store in the topsoil if the water infiltrates.
Right.
Some of it will eventually, you know, some of it has a retention effect, eventually makes it to the waterways. Some of it literally is stored there, either evaporates or moves to the aquifer and never puts load on those systems. So, yeah, the benefit of actually keeping the water where it falls is good for us, good for downstream.
Great, thanks.
Nice. As we kind of wrap up this session so everybody can enjoy their lunch, is there any questions that have come up that anybody out here would like to ask before we?
I got one more sentence somebody handed to me.
Perfect.
From Keith to Rodney. It said, I would like my cover crop seeded into corn ground to give it more growth in the fall. I've been trying to fly it on in mid-September. Help.
Yes.
Dr. Rulon, go ahead.
Okay, all right. So flying on is a challenge. If you want more growth, we're going to have to bump it up into late August. We typically, the flying on that we've done recently has been September 10th or a little later, but that has to do with the harvest date for the corn. So it's not going to really grow. All you're doing, you're trying to get it to maybe establish if you get a little rain, but until it gets the full sunlight, it's not really going to grow. So obviously shortening up the days to harvest, even if you're flying it on, is going to help because that sunlight exposure and then the cover from the fodder for moisture to help it germinate and grow is going to help a lot. But probably if you're looking at corn that's already harvested reasonably early, I'm talking first half of October, and you're trying to get faster growth, I would probably push that flying on date up into the end of August.
Okay.
Rodney, are you going to stay for lunch? You going to be here for the day?
Yep.
Awesome. So if you have any other questions for Rodney, make sure you get with him. Elena Heine, thank you. You've got a booth. You got a question?
So I'm gonna share with everybody here. So this panel up here, these questions, this draws in exactly what we're trying to do. It's infiltration. So I've got Rodney here as a farmer, much like us. We're trying to mitigate changing weather patterns and hold that moisture in for our crops for a drought or whatever, but it's more profitable. Us keeping that on. We can irrigate, but that costs money. If I can hold this, soak the water in, just like you said, on the hills, so it doesn't run down the hill and into the low spot and flood out, makes my field totally a even playing field. I look at this side here, behind me, as a developer, it costs money to buy more ground to put in retention areas. If I can infiltrate a smaller footprint, so it comes down to that footprint. Right here is a prime example of how this all works together. It's, if I have to buy more ground to put more, now I'm mad. Because now that doesn't get, as a developer, I put the building up, now I gotta put in a 2-acre retention, and that just cost me $200,000 for water storage. That, there's other options, there's ways of infiltrating this water to hold back so that it does make it more profitable, more return on investment on different things that we do. So I love this fact that we did not sit down and go, oh yeah, here's the things. These all have just much like Hamilton County. I had no idea that I was going to have Jim Swartz, Rodney Rulon, and Phil Anderson coming out of that. We just started putting names down. Little did I know, everybody came from close to the same area. So that's how this stuff works. So thank you guys. And these guys will be around. Rodney's going to be on a panel discussion later on today and draw some of that stuff from an economic side of it as well, from the long-term piece. But this all fits into that long-term item. So we're ready for a giveaway.
Can we give these guys a round of applause, please? Thank you. Thank you all for coming up here.
That's pretty good when you give a clap after versus clap before.
We're going to let Ty get the wheel up, and then I'm going to have Ron Gator from Fleximat. He is a sponsor who kindly donated a $50 Visa gift card to give away today. So thank you, Ron, from Fleximat. If you weren't here yesterday, he gave a great presentation on the features and benefits of the Tide block. But we're going to get the wheel going. You ready?
You ready? I'm ready when you are. Let's go. Here we
Ron
go.
goes.
Get more names on there. Oh.
Is there a key?
Oh, man, that is so close.
D.
D. What was the last name on your card? That was Keith D.
No, it's Keith Miller.
Oh, what, the one, that last question I got up here? Oh, was it Miller?
Yeah.
Oh, Keith Miller, sorry.
That's who it was?
D. I mean, there's a chance we got 2 Keiths.
It was Keith Miller?
Yeah.
No, it's my fault. Miller. Keith Miller.
Okay, well then Keith Miller, are you out?
He's here.
Come and claim your gift card. Ron right here is the one who's going to give that to you. All right, congratulations, Keith. Thank you, Ron, for Fleximat. All right, guys.
Thanks,
they're
sir.
serving lunch, so the line is
Thank you.
moving. It's not the fastest
I got
line,
lots
but
more.
definitely worth the wait. So smash
You
burgers.
can say something for this afternoon.
No, just, what was that one? Oh, is, if I increase
Make sure you have your final conversations with our exhibitors. This is kind of their last hurrah with us. I want to take one more opportunity to thank all of our exhibitors. After this mini Q&A session, we are going to give away the house. We still have a lot of things to give away, so the wheel will be spinning. If you haven't submitted a question yet, hit that QR code and tell Ty how much you love him. Just start putting things in there, and we're going to put your name in the drawing. So find the QR code, scan it in. Otherwise, you're going to watch some people win some pretty cool stuff. We're giving away, it looks like Rymar is donating a television. So if you need a TV, you might win one. We've got another $50 gift card. I have a very fine bottle of bourbon that has been donated by Caramita that we'll be giving away. So hopefully you know somebody who likes alcohol, or you like alcohol yourself, because we're going to give that away. And a couple more gift cards, and I have some other things as well. So last chance to get your questions in.
No, I will. So am I live?
Yeah, we're live. All right, we're going to start session 6 of the Q&A. Phil, you want to kick us off?
Sure.
Dump it right on you.
Okay.
You like how I do that to you?
Yeah, that was nice. Thanks. So while you come up with one, I'll figure out something to say.
He moved way over
I got
there.
one. I got one.
Okay.
I got one. We
Now,
can start. All right.
here's one that struck me. Now, it came up this morning when we were talking to Rodney Rulon, okay? But I thought I heard this in your comments about SWEPs, okay?
Okay.
What we tend to do in this whole arena is we're looking for a solution instead of the fact that there are many solutions.
Absolutely.
And then we have to figure out what is the best that we can do within budget, within a whole variety of things. But I'd just like you to speak to that, because it seems like we fall into this trap of here's what should be done because this is the solution. And you're like, it's not quite that simple. So is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, like you said,
Pull that a little closer to you. There
How's
you go.
that?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's better.
well, like you said, I think there are many solutions, and a lot of times it's just a matter of always doing what's been done, coming down to budget, and a lot of times, you know, the thing that may work the best isn't the option they're gonna go with, because they simply want to get the project done and completed, out the door and finished. And this seems like it's going to be a complicated step, so that's one they don't even choose to look at.
Okay. I think kind of a weird little follow-up, because I have this other weird thing in my background where I teach tourism.
Uh-huh.
And you talked about Denmark.
Yes.
And I remember reading stories about the city of Troy, and there's like 9 layers.
Mm-hmm.
And London has many layers, and Rome has many layers. We don't see it the same way here.
No.
We don't think, and so we don't think about it. But if we do, then it changes the dynamics.
Oh, most definitely. I've already told a couple people that when I was in Denmark, I was at a area where they rebuild the Viking longboats, and the fjord was maybe 50 feet away, there was some wood carving going on, and some of the wood carving chips were close to a storm drain. And as I looked down, I was like, well, those are close to the storm drain. But I didn't think too much about it because, it wasn't a lot of pollution in my mind. But the person I was with, who's from Denmark, looked at me and was utterly embarrassed and said, if the regulation, people saw that, they'd shut this down. And I said, oh, you're kidding me. And I said, okay, well, I can see that maybe because the fjord is just right over there. And she looked at me and she was like, oh, no, this water isn't going to go right there. It won't discharge at that point. I said, what are you talking about? And she said, 95% of our stormwater is filtered before it ever leaves. It's just trying to wrap your head around that. And then, you'd go up on top of a building, and as you look out, it was like every fifth roof it was a green roof. So the level of where they're at versus where we're at, but granted, they have a lot more impermeable surface than we do. But
Well, they also don't have they view everything as a scarcity of space,
yes,
and we view everything as an abundance of space,
absolutely, yeah.
which is a little bit of our Achilles heel. There's a perspective. That's a perspective.
I live in
Okay,
Texas,
It is.
so
there you go.
no comment.
So anyway, great. Thank you for that. You got one there?
Yeah, I can keep. I got another one for Sue from Kyle. Actually, a couple of questions. How do you get the Amish contractors and developers to implement SWIFT practices? Number one. And then we'll follow that up with, do concrete washouts apply to residential projects?
Okay. So I will say that has been a problem that I've ran into both amongst the Amish and Mennonite communities. And oftentimes I haven't gotten anywhere speaking with the folks that are on site actually doing the work, but I've had to talk to the foreman, the person who's actually bringing them out to the site, and have managed to get some resolution that way, and also in working in communities where they actually do implement enforcement so that if, after the second warning, they're not doing what they're required to do, that there is that monetary push to get them to do the correct thing. As far as our concrete washouts,
Applicable to residential projects?
yes, they absolutely are. Yeah.
So that was an easy one. After the battle with whether or not you could get the Amish to comply, that was a little follow-up easy question. Phil, do you have anything on that?
I got one. I'll go over here. Is from Daryl Shover, and Tom knows this one's coming, but can you break compaction in a field with long-term no-till and cover crops instead of using a deep ripper?
If you could live 1,000 years, you might be able to, but in the lifetime of a farmer, you don't have that luxury. We need to get it out and put together a good management practice so it doesn't go back in, because the long-term effect of compaction hangs around for a horrific number of years.
It is interesting, having heard Tom, and he referenced this in the presentation. If you're familiar at all with Southern Indiana, they have what's called the Buffalo Trace, and it runs from Louisville, the Falls of the Ohio, across into central Illinois. And that's what the buffalo used to migrate. Tom talked about the wagon trains in Minnesota, and so you can still go and think about how long we have not had buffalo, right? But you can go down there and you can track where the buffaloes trod back and forth. And the Indians followed them as well, and all those things. And you talked about that with
The wagon train was
long-term compaction.
Yeah, they did a study on the wagon train where it had never been plowed. It was a pasture, and they put some crops on, and they could definitely see from a distance the compaction limiting the yield of the crop.
It's a long time effect. Okay, so that's good. I mean, the long-term effect is bad, but
we can correct it.
We can correct it. So yeah.
I've got a follow-up on that from Walt. He's asking about how much effect do 18-wheeler grain trucks have on compaction when parked in the field. I would assume.
right where they're parked.
I would assume don't park your truck in the field, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
well, they don't fly them in and land them. They drive them in. And if you're driving a full 18-wheeler across the field, the tires were made for roads. They're not made for soil, and they will pack the living snot out of the soil. And you're doing permanent, long-term damage down 20, 24 inches or more.
Wow.
So it is serious issue. Those trucks need to stay at the edge of the field, and you bring the product to them. Much as it's extra hassle, it's still, if you don't do it, you are going to be losing tremendous amounts. The ones I get concerned about are corn silage chopping directly to the dump trucks, the big trucks.
Okay.
And they're driving through every bit of the field, and they're packing it tremendously. There are tires for trucks now that they are coming out with that reduce some of that, but it's the sheer axle load that does the deep compaction. The tires do shallow compaction, but the axle load does deep compaction. And I use the example where at the Ontario soil compaction meeting, they had more than normal axle load. In other words, instead of the minimum 5 ton or 10 ton, they were up like 15, 20 ton. And there was a whole slew of equipment that was at that level. They drove over one of the sensors 20 inches down and broke it.
Oh. Okay.
So we're combining it with the fact that farmers are getting bigger. We got more acres to run over. Same window of time, right? We got harvest season, got planting season, but really harvest. So we're creating our own issues.
You're creating your own demise.
Our own demise, yeah. I stayed away from that, so, but you didn't.
No, I never do. I have no discretion.
Yeah.
But
So-
yeah, you are doing some serious damage to your fields that it's going to take a bit to get that back out again.
Okay.
And I'm concerned with the size of the equipment we have.
Okay, good, thanks.
I've got another question for Sue from Michael O. So where can designers go to get more education on construction, SWIP designs? And also, are we thinking about the right post-construction measures for the pollutants on the site?
Okay. Well, there are various online courses that designers can take. There's Stormwater One, different organizations like that that do put out those webinars that they can attend. Personally, I think that it's something that is severely lacking, and having some type of designers group, some type of monthly initiative or something where these designers could get together and actually discuss this idea, that would be great. Especially if they could deal with other communities outside of Indiana that are maybe more progressive in looking at these measures, because are the measures that are being put in adequate? In my mind, no. Generally, they are not adequate. But trying to come up with the measures that would be adequate and getting buy-in and actually, having the data to show this is why you need this other measure, and I'm telling you this measure is not going to work. A lot of times the MS4s don't get the backing that they need to do that, to actually get the designers to implement that or to put it in their plans.
Gotcha.
So, changing attitude about wetlands in the current environment. It seems as if we sometimes take a long view and we're looking at it, and then we make changes, and that almost appears as if, well, we kind of think wetlands are important, but then we decide not that important. So how do we navigate that?
Oh, boy, you're asking the wrong person, because I definitely have my own views on wetlands. I mean,
I'd love to hear them.
well, they're extremely important, and I mean, I think we can see the evidence of that just by we know what they do, how they capture water, how the water quality benefits they provide, just the general overall benefits that they provide. And one of the things that I find in working with MS4s a lot, oftentimes we'll get complaints from people where they're saying, I've lived here 15 years or something, And this little tributary that runs through my backyard, it's now it's cutting, and I'm starting to lose ground. Or it's like, yes, there's a reason for that, because we have so much water that it now has to go someplace, and it has to go someplace quickly. So this is going to continue to happen. And that was one of the main functions of wetlands, was to take up that excess water. So as we continue to develop, we're going to need to have more and more infrastructure in place to try to capture that water in order to prevent the flooding. So I would love to see that we're looking to states like Minnesota and adopting more of their practices instead of taking what appears to be the opposite approach.
Okay. I know that was tenuous. Okay, I realize that. But and Tom, you talked about it yesterday. You talked about the movement of water. And that's been a theme throughout this. But how do we look at natural systems that we can use, look at the natural layout and all these things to manage water?
Well, one of the pieces I pointed out in the talk I just did is that if your soil is really compacted, the water's not moving in. If the water's not moving in, it's moving off. That means you're getting soil erosion. That means you're getting piles of water running off the farm. That's not growing the crop, but it is filling up the drainage way. And then we better get soil conservation in here to clean out the ditches, when in fact, if we just let the water get in the ground, it would have solved 3/4 of the problem in the first place.
Hey, we'll take that applause, okay? Okay, good.
Mo has a question. Actually, you know what? This is a question, from Julie. We'll do Julie first for Tom. Compared to the high clay of western Lake Erie Basin, does higher sand content resist compaction and then permit less careful practices?
They're both going to compact. Some of the worst compaction I have seen and done research in was sand soils. They pack like a road, and the pieces fit together so that nothing could get through them. The water would move through some, but the plant roots would not move through them. The clay soils, though, if you get them to brick consistency, then nothing is going to go through them, water, air, or anything else. It's just, they're done. But that's why I did that part of the talk for this area. You have a lot of lake-laid sediments here, and they need to be treated a whole lot more carefully. And you need to be out there with a shovel digging holes in your field. I don't know how many farms I've been on where they never dug a hole in the field. The corn guy comes out and says, well, I got these varieties, use this. And they all go out and look at the corn. Yeah, look at the ear on this. Nobody looks underground. I had one farmer, I was telling him earlier, I had one farmer that I was trying to convince to take a look at soil compaction. He has a lot of lake-laid Rhinebeck silty clay loams. That's what they made the bricks to build New York City about. And I tried to convince him to go out and look at them. And he didn't want to, but he finally said, well, let's look at the field right next to the house. So we went out and looked at the field right next to the house. This was 9:30 in the morning. At 5:30, I told him I had to get home because I got to help make breakfast, supper for the kids. One more field. And then he gave me the ultimate compliment. He said, I learned more today digging holes in my fields than I did going to all your stupid meetings.
Any last questions out here in the audience? I'm sorry, go ahead, Tom. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
There's a lot to be learned digging a hole in your field.
Phil, do you have any thoughts? I think Todd wants us to wrap up this session.
I think this will be a short one, but to you made an interesting comment about I think I caught it right, the Indiana Waterways Inquiry Request.
Yes.
Which was a cooperative project between DNR and IDEM.
And IDEM.
Are there other opportunities for interagency cooperation that would be beneficial?
Yeah, all the above.
Other than yes, is there a low-hanging fruit that?
Boy, low-hanging fruit.
It will be held against you.
Will it?
Yeah, this is only streaming live on YouTube, so don't worry about it.
No, yeah, we won't keep it anywhere.
I know.
You know, there's been so many different things talked about. Some things have gotten started, some things have been canned. Honestly, I don't know where some of the projects stand right now. You know, at one point in time, all permitting was going to be in one central location to make it easier on folks. And, you know, this IDEM would probably be better able to answer that. I'm not sure where that stands right now.
Okay, okay. Well, I mean, naturally, agency cooperation would be best, so you don't have to go chase everything down from agency to agency. And you'd love to get everybody in the same room and go, can we get one answer?
Yeah, and right now, I mean, one of the things that I've found is that there's a lot of unknowns at the moment, and so I think a lot of times an agency is reluctant to issue a hard and fast, this is our decision, because they're not sure that it's going to be supported, or it may contradict what another agency is going to say.
Right.
And I mean, I've seen that happen here just recently. So.
Sure. Okay.
All right, guys. Well, let's give Tom and Sue a round of applause. Yeah. Also, this is the last mini session, so Ty and Phil, fantastic job moderating these people from different backgrounds, making it all work together. Let's give some things away before we head into these final panel discussion sessions that we're going to have. So again, the agricultural panel discussion will be in here. We're going to stay here. Stormwater is going to be at the far end of the building. So just so you guys know that. All right, so Ty's going to spin the wheel. The first thing up for the spin, can I have somebody from Wessler Engineering come up if you're still here? This is a Lowe's gift card for $50 that was brought to us from Wessler. Thank you, Wessler Engineering. Thank you for your support. Ty, go ahead and give that wheel a spin. Around she goes. Is Clayton Evans here? Clayton, get on up here, man. You're the recipient of a $50 Lowe's gift card. Go get you some paint a room. All right. The next thing that we're going to give away, do I have somebody from Caramita that can come up and give this away? Caramita? Somebody? Anybody? Is Donovan around? He was here earlier. I'll give it away for him. I just pretend I work for Caramita. Go ahead and spin the wheel. This is a fine bottle of American whiskey, unblended, Micheler's. What is it, Michter's? That guy wants to win. He knows. Might as well just give it right to you. Spin the wheel. Let me see. Ryan Miller. Ryan Miller. He's here somewhere. There he is. Congratulations, Ryan. Don't drink that all at one time. All right. We have a TV. The fine folks from Rymar Waterworks, Lynn here, is going to give this away. This is a 32-inch TV, only used one time. So, still works. It's in good shape. Matt Mearsman. Boy, this seems rigged. What's going on here? The wheel never lies. Good job, Matt. Take that home when you're recovering from your... All right. This is one more from Rymar. This is actually a floating pool cozy, and I think it's a thing that you put in the ground to measure how far from the hole you are in golf. So if we have any golfers here, there's probably some fancy nickname for that. We're not even, it's Mo. Get over here, Mo. He plays soccer, but he might know some golfers. There you go. Congratulations. All right, one last thing before we go back. I set all of these T-shirts. If you see this, I know everybody's like, whatever. But, hey, if you want a T-shirt, there are definitely some on the table. Take them. They are free. If you never wear them, if you wear them to bed, at least you'll think about this stormwater event that we had, this agricultural event. So grab those on the way back to the panel discussion. Do we have anything else to give away? Is that it? All right. Thank you to all of our exhibitors that brought those to give away. So, all right. Panel discussion for stormwater, far room. Agriculture, stay here.
All right. I'm going to ask for my panelists to come up front. We'll get you mic'd up. We'll start going through our stuff here. I think Rodney's on his way up here. Chuck, Jen, here comes Matt. And we'll get stuff rolling here.
All right. I think we've got everybody here. I'm just going to go ahead and get us started. First of all, my name's Matt Yearsman. I'll be the moderator for this panel. I serve as the director of something called the St. Joseph River Basin Commission. I gave a talk yesterday. We work with soil and water and with municipalities. So stormwater, agriculture, I'm kind of got one foot in each one of those things. And I feel like, you know, three of the folks have had a chance to speak here at the conference this weekend, and I'm sort of thinking, I know Jen well, and I do want to give her just a brief introduction because she didn't get the opportunity to speak to any of you. So maybe you were fortunate enough to see these guys. The building is drainage opportunities, conservation options, and I think that from what I heard, there's definitely you know, drainage, moving water either off the landscape in some cases through drains, tile drains, open ditches, through two-stage ditches, or moving water vertically with roots and incorporating, you know, so we can get on the field, whether we're doing that through, you know, artificially moving it or those pieces. So Jen is not a farmer. These two guys in the middle are farmers. Chuck works with farmers in drainage and has a background in that. Chuck also sits at the downstream end of a drainage system as a lake owner. And Jen has worked with a lot of research. Jen's a professor at Notre Dame University, worked with a lot of research, not just around the conservation options in the way of cover crops, but also in the way of the design of the ditches themselves with the two-stage and what we see in terms of how that changes flows even, or certainly nutrients, nitrogen uptake. Anyway, one of the things I talk about in my talk that I want to sort of prime you all with is thinking about the why or the reason. Like, I'm going to start with Chuck. So he's closest to me, and I asked him about this yesterday. But Chuck presented some information about designing drainage systems and how we could incorporate storage into that, and through modeling it and understanding how we can sort of control it so that the outflow doesn't change pre and post. So basically, as much water as we were able to put out before, we're still going to send that amount, but that we could do it in a way that facilitated the goal of draining the land, so we can get on the land and do that better, because the old system wasn't handling, wasn't doing enough. And I said to Chuck, well, yeah, but who's making you do that? Where's the money come from? Why are we doing this? Like, how are we funding this? And I think when we work with farmers a lot, with SWCDs, it's around the agronomics of it. You know, could be trafficability, but it's also, you know, it becomes inputs and outputs and net. And I think with Jen, some of the funders of her projects are largely interested in the water quality component and what does this do to the Great Lakes and that aspect of it. So thinking about this, better ways of doing things, but could be seen as expensive or literally can be expensive. Why spend the extra? Is it extra money? How do we finance this stuff? Or how do we cover those costs? So, Chuck?
Well, yeah, starting out, if you have a drainage system, and I'm talking hundreds or thousands of acres, that's how you can look at this and make it cost effective. Because when you're dealing with that much water, whether it's a public drain or a private system or whatever you're doing, sometimes storage can be cost effective. I mean, I have projects, and you guys may think this is crazy, but where we are looking at 48-inch tiles to drain large areas, 36-inch tiles, 60-inch tiles. If we put in storage in the worst part of the watershed, the part that is being tried to farm, but it's flooding out, and we put storage in there and then tile everything to that, we can make that outlet, instead of a 48, a 36. And then all of a sudden, when you're running a mile, it's cost effective. So there are ways that it can be cost effective. Many states have a cost benefit ratio, so you have to look at it. You cannot do a project if it doesn't have agricultural benefits. Sometimes those practices don't work. And some states have funding mechanisms in place that can help balance that cost benefit ratio by adding that in. And really what you're doing is the folks downstream, the receiving waters, are helping to pay for it. I mean, it's through taxpayer money, but that is another way to look at it. But really, we try to look at it as what's going to benefit the producer the most. Sometimes storage can be a benefit. One of the largest basins I designed quite a long time ago, the wealthiest farmer in the county had land upstream and downstream. And if you know what drainage coefficient is, he had a 0.01 drainage coefficient. Terrible. He said, well, I can't flood out this, but I need to drain this. We put a storage basin in the middle, and he got both to work well. So he owned a bank. That's why I knew he was the richest guy in the, but yeah.
So Matt, as another way to answer your question, I think giving some alternative currencies besides just dollars and thinking about what are the numbers that we can provide to landowners, to producers, to the soil and water conservation districts, even to the NRCS, about how much benefit do you get from your effort of putting in a conservation practice. So we've worked on quantifying the benefits of cover crops, quantifying the benefits of drainage water management, of the two-stage ditch. The one thing I've learned in 15 years of doing this is you've got to show it 10 different ways. Like, I know my preferred way of showing that there was an upstream, downstream benefit, but just to make sure, I'm going to measure it 5 different ways because the evidence is variably convincing to people. One metric will resonate with somebody and another metric is not convincing, and vice versa. And so just besides just the money, and then second are, of course, yields. You can't, profitability is of utmost importance. But if you give enough other evidence that someone can use to sort of stack the deck a little bit, it may be the thing that nudges you in the choice to make the change.
To speak their language. To speak, to be able to provide a reason that resonates with something that's already important to them.
Know your audience.
You guys just hit what?
I was just going to say one more thing. When you talk about all of those things, if you've got a drainage ditch, you've already got a piece of infrastructure. You could maybe figure out a better way to utilize that with a two-stage ditch, in-channel storage, or something. Use that. That's a good start because you've already given up that land.
It's fast. So the two of you have just hit on something, because I know about your work in Kosciuszko County, and it's something that I hadn't really thought of. We can convert it to dollars, and that inevitably is one way to speak. But there's also the loss of production ground. And when you talk about downsizing a tile, or getting that infrastructure a little smaller, being able to put more water, get more water out of the fields, let's say, and utilize the same width of a ditch, you're not having to give up working ground next to that. And I know that one of the things with Jen's project was showing that if you're already utilizing buffer strips, you've already given up that land for production. We might be better off dropping the elevation of that and using that as a floodplain bench, and we don't lose any production ground.
Yeah.
And there's a perception around, it's not just the dollars, but it's how much ground I've got to work. That's different. It's hard to just equate it to dollars.
Yeah. I'd say one thing that's important to recognize for us as we look at agricultural production is that so often we don't have a runoff issue. We treat the runoff issue, but that's really a symptom. What we have is an infiltration issue. And so many of the practices that we're promoting now and that you can do with cover crops and getting rid of that compaction layer, doing everything you can to get the water into the soil. If that soil is sitting there dry and 50% of that pore space at holding, right? So we can put in drainage, get all the economic benefits of subsurface drainage. We used to have a lot of surface drains, waterways, taking water quickly to the streams and the open ditches on our farm. Since we've been using cover crops and no-till and doing all this, we've gotten rid of a bunch of those. I mean, the ones that weren't NRCS funded that we had to keep, we've been able to get rid of them because we don't have gulling anymore. We don't have water moving straight to the stream. It doesn't carry nutrients straight to the stream. We're holding water in the soil, and that, as agricultural ground, that seems to be the way to go to me. And if we, at the same time, our communities, I will say down there in Hamilton County, where a lot of us are from, have the opposite problem where we're continuously paving. We're dealing with a project in front of our house right now And they don't talk to each other. So we have the utilities that have a big problem with, flash surges and everything else. And then we've got the highway department's going to double the size of the road. And rather than doing anything to slow the water down, their only concern is that we're going to build giant side ditches and we're going to double the impervious area and take all of it as quickly as we can to the stream.
But that's our big idea, is to get the people that are building the roads and spending millions of dollars instead of putting it into roads to pay for conservation upstream. Wouldn't that be amazing?
That would be cool.
How do we do that? I'd love to do that.
Or tie them together.
Yeah.
Tie the,
I want them to just talk to each other. That'd be a
Yes,
first
exactly.
step.
Yeah.
Step one,
Yeah.
invite them to a party.
Yep.
Jim's got us on one end of the room and the other. No. Thomas, any thoughts?
No, I think he nailed the piece that I was saying before, is the more water runs in, the less water runs off. The less water
Yeah.
runs off, the less problem we have.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And this came through in the stormwater side. You guys, I'm sure, were in the other. In fact, it was at the same time as your talk. We heard from this folks making basically an artificial root. It's a plastic piece that you drive down into the ground to function like a root.
Instead,
And this
pump up, plant the plant.
transforms like something, instead of managing a waste product and how do we build something big enough to get rid of it, we're turning it in, like we need water down there. And so it's just flipping the whole thing on its head and saying this is actually a resource. If we could just figure out a way to store it where we can still get crops off, we don't want to send it to Lake Michigan, and Lake Michigan doesn't want it.
Doesn't need it.
Well, I had a picture that I had taken a while back. We had done some deep tillage work with a farm that has clay soils. And in the springtime, you get water everywhere except for that field. Right in the middle, everything was pancake flat, covered in water. That field was dry. And when I dug down 18 inches, there was liquid water underneath. So that water was not running off into the ditches. It wasn't running off into the roads. It went in the ground and it stayed there.
Today is a perfect day to take those pictures on the way here. I was like, I'm late, but that cover crop field looks great, and that field, it's got like ponded water and tillage rows. So.
Always stop and take the picture.
Always stop, even if you're late. Okay.
I got something to prompt you guys on this, and I think it's appropriate for the agricultural side of things. But when we think about it, and I know this is not going to do it justice, but when I think about what you guys are working on in the way of soil health and cover crops and no-till, there's a certain way that you could see that as rewilding of the field. You're getting a more diverse biology under the soil. You're kind of letting it be a little more natural, a little less managed in a certain way. Now it's still managed. Versus, and I'm not going to pick on you, Chuck. But
You can pick on the engineer, sure.
That this
All the
kind of,
engineers.
some of the designs that Chuck was showing yesterday were very much a more highly engineered approach to our water management. And is there a way to think about these things as, is there any benefit or just thinking about like, are we trying to kind of get away from it a little bit, or are we trying to dig in and tune it more?
So Matt, I think instead of trying to pick one or the other, again, it goes back to know your audience. So we were doing a lot of work on the 2-stage and talking about it as naturalizing those floodplains, and you're getting all the benefits of a flowing wetland. And I thought that the messaging was so great, so clever, right? And Todd Royer, my collaborator at IU, he grew up on a farm. He said, Jen, this is not going to resonate with pretty much anyone who has any funding capability or policy capability in the state of Indiana. Instead, we need to talk about rural drainage infrastructure and start talking about it in that language, and then suddenly people think about it. But we're just calling, again, it's just the way you name it. But the role is actually the same. And so it's about who, I think, with regard to funding or incentivizing the practices, knowing how to describe it to resonate with the audience.
Well, and I'll say if you have the infield practices, and as a designer, if I knew the entire watershed was doing infield practices, we would change our design because we would know that we would have less water. Because part of our design is, what is the ground cover? And you take the worst case. You got to design for the worst case. When do you want to get in the field? When you don't have a plant in there. And when is it going to maybe rain? In the spring. So
Yeah.
If you have those capacities to get rid of that water and we can factor that in, we design for less.
I will say in my other life, so we are farmers and farm quite a bit, but we also have a drainage contracting business, and we install field tile. And I mean, it's a it's a good parallel business, and right. So we install it for ourselves, and we install it for neighbors, and have for 25 years. And I also have a design service and do a lot on a smaller scale of what Chuck does. And when I'm penciling that out, I can use smaller mains on our farms and get away with it because I know the soil can hold the water and buffer the water versus if I'm on a conventional farm where we're going to be using surface inlets and just trying to get the water off of the field.
Ronnie, does that equate to a financial benefit? Does
yeah.
this big cost different than that big per foot or whatever?
50% of the cost on a project, on most of those projects, is going to be the main. And so if you reduce the main size and cost by 20%, yeah.
Yeah, I'm designing mains. That's what I design is mains. So.
And Chuck, you mentioned this in your talk. It depends on who you're working for. When you're working for a landowner, you can take the kinds of things into account that I know I'm going to be using these techniques. But when you're working for an elected drainage official that's managing all the drains in the county, and you do have to kind of design for everyone pattern tile to the tightest, and like no one's using,
We design for the worst case scenario. And I know that's conservative, but I have watersheds where that has happened. No cover crops, 50-foot space tile on every single field. And we've got to account for that. So maybe not what you want to hear, but I've had to do it. So
Interesting sideline on that is I was at a compaction meeting in Ontario. There they have 50-foot tiles. They're now putting in between them 25-foot tiles because they can't get any water through the ground to get off the field, because they beat the snot out of the field.
Wow.
So now their answer is an engineering answer rather than fix the original problem.
Yep.
Yeah, we say that those guys are subsoiling with the tile plow.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're just going to keep putting them in until they've got it all.
Yeah, so it's solid tile underneath.
Tom, you really hit on that. That's kind of what I was especially wanting to hear from you guys in this, like, more highly designed or kind of less designed and more managed. And it's sometimes it can be you're trying to engineer your way out of it and less biology your way out of it.
Well, that was, when you look at culture over time, and I guess being old, I'm advantage of this, is that 1950s, the engineers could solve anything. And that culture has stuck on, but it's gradually deteriorating that people, and I don't mean
No, you could pick on me.
But my dad used to do engineering. But now we're bringing in subtle areas from what's happening in nature. We're looking around and saying, what's happened here? And then using some of those techniques to soften what we're trying to force with the engineering. It's like the Hoover Dam. They forced that in there. But it was a miracle of engineering, but we're not doing that on the farms now anymore. We can't, because we have to have enough tie-in with the nature, because a farm is a nature system. It's not a road and a parking lot, much as we like
The
to
Hoover
believe.
Dam didn't have to be economic.
Pardon me?
The Hoover Dam didn't have to be economic.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say that approach, 25, 30 years ago, engineer went to the project. Now I'm bringing our environmental science
That's
people
the change.
and looking at where we can plant certain types of plants. Every map we put together says you can do in-field practices, but we don't get them implemented. So.
Yeah.
I just was thinking of a session I was in earlier. Nature ignores designs that ignore nature.
That's it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, and I have people say, guarantee me that I'm never going to flood. And I said, absolutely not.
Yeah. Talk
We
to
might-
Noah.
Yeah, talk to no. We might get 15 inches of rain. Nope, it ain't gonna work.
But on the flip side, just paying attention to Mother Nature a little bit more can save you so much. For the example, the first half mile of two-stage we ever did, no offense to the NRCS wasn't involved. It was the Nature Conservancy, and we had an Excel spreadsheet. And Andy Ward, who created the two-stage ditch from Ohio State, had this little spreadsheet, and I said, well, how high are we going to do the benches, the floodplain benches off the ditch bottom? He said, I want you to take your graduate students out there, and I want you to go upstream where they haven't dipped that ditch, find the benches, measure from the bottom up, report back. And so that's exactly what I did. I went back, I emailed him, I was like, 19 inches. And he's like, there you go, that's how high we're building the benches. And he said, Mother Nature already told us how high to build the benches. And now you can bring in engineers, increases your linear foot cost a little bit, or you can just get a good backhoe driver out there and do it at what Mother Nature already told you. So if I die, well, hopefully not soon, but before I die, it would be so great to hear that people are just doing their own waterway management and building their own two-stage floodplains, and just that's how they manage their waterways instead of dipping the old-fashioned way.
Can I just follow up on that?
Mm-hmm.
I have a two-stage ditch that I designed. It's because I left it alone.
Exactly.
My predecessor designed this 20-foot deep, wide ditch with the bottom in it.
Yeah.
My first year working there, I saw it built. 15 years later, we come back and we're looking at it, and I'm like, it formed a two-stage ditch because this was not the right design. And I went to the ditch manager and said, I think we just need to clean up here, and leave this, and then make it, that's now a two-stage ditch, and that's your plan.
Awesome.
And he goes, that's a good plan.
Yeah.
Mother Nature did it.
Already,
So I got to sign it, but Mother Nature actually did the work.
Did God contract with you?
No.
On the 8th day?
Yeah. Yep.
The 8th day, he called the engineers.
That's great.
Yeah.
I do think that the two-stage, while we're on it, it is a great example of like some middle ground there, where it's engineered in the sense of we've lowered our water table, but it's letting the river figure out the meander pattern that it needs by giving it that floodplain bench.
But I'm going to be honest, until Indiana or any state that doesn't currently compensate farmers for the 1.1 acres per mile of lost land out of production, it will never take hold at a scale that makes a difference, because that's a real cost, that's a real loss, and no landowner should be asked to give up that land to help drainage for, arguably the whole watershed. So personally, I think that we're at just a standstill until the state decides, in our own handbook, the state decides there's some sort of compensation that, and I was talking to Chuck, and he said that Minnesota already, you guys compensate. They buy that, they purchase that land. So
We call it a damage.
Yeah.
Damage or an easement.
So other states have done it.
And I think it could be done here. I mean, just based on what I know about the drainage code, I think you could do it. My question would be to Rodney, because you're in Indiana farming. Thinking about your neighbors and the community, would it do it? I mean, I don't want to give up any ground. I don't care what you pay me for it.
Yeah, with some people it would, some it wouldn't. I mean, it's like anything else. It's like this road project I was talking about. Some people, yeah, that's great. We need to improve infrastructure. Some people, you're not going to take my front yard, So there's going to be plus and minus. But if you go into it at least offering them a fair compensation, then no matter how you end up there, at least everybody in the end has been taken care of, and it's a much easier conversation to have.
Use appraised value.
Yeah.
Use appraised value. You don't have to argue.
So that would add, how much did you say it was an acre that you were talking?
Well, in my area, 12,000 an acre.
Okay, so then, doing my math, about $25,000 a mile extra on the cost at $10 a linear foot. So it almost doubles the cost of a mile of two-stage, which, I mean, I I never thought it was super, I mean, it's expensive, but the storm folks that are at the other end said that fines are way, way, way more expensive than what we talk about at $10 a linear foot. So that should just be built in.
And it's just that recognition that you need to be compensated.
Yep.
There's an expectation there.
There's a law.
Right, yeah.
Exactly.
Because you have a private person paying for a public good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, ideally in Indiana, it would be all the private persons that benefit from that public good.
Yes.
Well, Chuck, you described that as well, isn't it? It's everybody in the watershed that benefits from that drainage, isn't it?
That's
That-
how it's paid for.
Yeah,
So,
there.
so the person the farthest away from that pays, and it's a complicated formula, but it's based on what type of farmland you have, how you use the system. But if a drop of water makes it there, you pay.
Yeah. Benefit received, that's the legal language.
Yep.
Supposed shall be a portion based on the benefit you receive from the drain. What else? Any thoughts, Jim? Yeah.
Right, so I have a question. So I've been working with Jen, and through this process, it's been thought-provoking on how we look at ditches, and so topics come up. And Chuck said, we already have a ditch. Use it. So I'm thinking of like our property, and I see Whitmer's sitting here right beside, because they have a little Yellow Creek going through there. Yellow Creek cuts right through the middle of our farm. All of it drains into it, but it's a legal drain. So the county has, and it got dug too deep 35, 40 years ago. They dug it too deep. It never healed. And so the banks.
Constantly slowing.
And so when I look at that, and I work with the county surveyor, and I look at this, and I'm thinking, the ditch is way too deep. They dug it wrong. We can't fix that. But now all tiles have been put in accordingly, because one of them a little deep. But I'm looking at measuring the tile. When you say Mother Nature does, so last fall, it was dry. I walked along the creek, and I looked, and I thought, you know what? We have 75 foot of right-of-way the county has on both sides of that, from top bank, 75 foot. I don't get any good crops off that. Because most of it's either in trees or it's not good ground. And so you can run a yield monitor across there and see that it's low production ground up along that area. What would happen if we drop that, dig out, and we already know where the bench probably ought to be, probably where the old ditch was before they started digging, because they dug it 4 feet too deep. Let that heal in, but now I can put my tile, come into that bench.
Yep.
There's my pre-treatment.
Yep. So,
In an ag
flowing
corridor.
wetland. Yep. Yep.
Yep.
So those tile could outlet into the bench, not into the ditch.
Nope.
Maybe infiltrate in instead of just running down and going down to the Elkhart River, which already has tremendous amount of water. Are those things that are can we?
Just let me measure it before. That's all I ask. Because everyone will reject the paper if
But
you didn't
there
measure it
is
before.
the
They'll reject it flat out.
The
So.
counties that
Yeah.
I think if you would take and create, again, that infrastructure, that hot topic areas flooding, what would it help? Because all our water's going down to, it's throttled down, well, the railroad, isn't it? At US 33, Concord Mall. So the railroad will never change that culvert. It's almost impossible to ever get through a railroad. So we're limited it's probably a 60-inch culvert, but when you look at the drainage from all of that, from southwest, 40, all that stuff coming down through there and going in, that's a tremendous amount of acres. But if we have spots, but I'm trying to figure out that compensation. What does that, is it maybe Chuck, maybe there's an acre value that goes onto a deed that you get a one-time payment, you get tax assessment, like you get a rebate. You get a
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it.
Sticks with that property.
Yeah, you could do a permanent easement, depending on each state's do their public drains a little bit differently. So some of them allow easements that you can include with the legal characteristic of that public drain. Or permanent easements are one. Another thing that we've actually done is somebody gives up a portion of that property, reduce their assessment into the maintenance of the system is another thing that we've done. Because they've given something up.
They've already paid.
They paid, yeah.
I mean, actually, it could be you could do sort of a bidding, like you could have a suite of options that you would accept as a landowner, and you offer up a suite of possibilities. Like I could accept from you this, or I could accept a one-time payment of that. And especially if this is a hot spot in the subwatershed, and you're really doing benefit for downstream end users, if you will, you should offer up the suite of possibilities and sort of barter it out until someone says yes.
Like we could almost do it like
a bidding system.
CRP kind of did that, like you put in a bid. They can accept it or not, or they can come back with a entity. But I don't know, I'm just trying to throw out ideas, because I think that's where we're at. We've talked about this for 80 years, and we're still, when I go back and look at the history, and Rodney's probably seen the same thing, like, when I look at the things hanging on the wall or in the filing cabinets that you open up, it's stuff they talked about 80 years ago. We're still talking about them. We got to change the way we're talking about them. Otherwise, in 80 years, they're going to be talking about the same things again. And I don't want that to happen. I want things changed so that they don't continue to talk. We're doing the practices. And I think there's accountability for those practices, like cover crops. Like we took out 2 acres up along the woods that was non-productive. We weren't getting any crops. Corn was awful. You could never pick it. Beans never matured right. So I took that out, put it in an enhanced field board. And then I took out a 4-acre waterway. Because it's got 70 foot of fall. We shouldn't have taken that waterway out. But when we put that in 88, we had to, because all the soil was moving off. We changed the practices, went to no-till cover crop. I put the most productive ground on the farm back in production because it's receiving everybody else's nutrients. And it was a game changer. Now I don't have any more point. I don't have any point. I'm farming different land that we weren't able to farm, just from a conservation piece of it. And we didn't see any water movement. This 5 inches of rain in July, we didn't flood out. The water stayed on it, and I didn't need the water. So that meant less water going down Yellow Creek. I'm not the only one. There's a lot of people doing this. There's got to be some type of a pat on the back, incentive somehow.
Well, I'll say, just having a lot of history with this, probably I've designed a lot of practices. 98% of them were voluntary, where you take a watershed, you say, here, take all the names off, say, here are the best spots for this. And to make this work, we need 2 or 3. And you have 10. And you start narrowing that down. But as long as you have that carrot to compensate, we usually get somebody that says, yeah, this has been a struggle for me, this piece. I can do that. And then you put the names back on and you got to talk to them and negotiate. Because sometimes there's spots that are an absolute no. It's just not going to happen. But when you show everybody the different spots, you can be effective with voluntary. And voluntary is a lot better than the other way around. I'll tell you. Oh.
Yes, the voluntary piece. And then you have to set the priorities. So when you come back to the bidding or the price, from the county standpoint, you look at, because it may have different values depending on where you're at, because of the water system that you're in. If it's fast moving or high volume, now, and then I'm going to go back to location, and whoever owns that land, it may be worth more. And everybody questions, why is that worth more than mine? But we have information and data now that support that volume piece.
But Jim, sorry, I was.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, but I think your what did you say? Where matters, I think was what you were saying.
Location.
Location.
Yeah.
I was trying to think what he said because I was thinking too
Yep.
fast. The point is, I've not thought about the Elkhart River Basin that much, except in very recently, and even in just the last 2 days. I've heard Yellow Creek. I think it's a problem child, right? Where do you start when you're trying to convince people that something works? You don't start on the great stuff. You start at the problem child. And so I would argue it actually doesn't matter what you do in Yellow Creek. Let's do it. Do something. Try a lot of different things, but show that the problem child can improve greatly, and then everybody else is like, work there, and that's really bad. So how do we, you know what I mean? Like, let's take a spot and show that something makes a difference, or a lot of somethings make a difference. Some people will never go for the 2-stage ditch, and then never, and they just don't, and that's when you like push cover crops like crazy, or something like that. Just pick another,
Well, I was just going to add, I have paid more for an easement for a worse piece of land because it was the lowest and most cost-effective to do something in. It was already, nature wanted it there. The landowner was resistant. We paid him a little bit more because it was going to save everybody else more money. So that sometimes the value, you could think about the value different way. The value is we're going to get the project done. So.
I think what we're really hitting on, what you're getting at is being, and I was first thinking about being able to quantify it, but it's like being able to confidently predict or believe maybe at some point that this is the place to do it, or when it's done here, it returns X. When it's done over here, it returns Y. And just what we've seen is like, if you're going to get buy-in from the lake that Chuck lives on, or the city of Goshen, to do repairs on Yellow Creek.
Or these guys.
Right. Well, yeah. If you need to be able to demonstrate that if I invest up there, there's going to be a return on it. Like, I got to believe that because your science told me so, or I've seen it happen 6 times, and now I believe it. And that's where we've seen the beginnings of this in LaGrange County a little bit with the apportionment, the determination of benefit, where even if it's not soil health conservation, people recognize the difference between the infiltration rates on pasture ground versus row crops. And they know that, dang, that's right, I shouldn't pay. I'm not sending as much water off my pasture as I am off my row crop. I believe that. I believe I'm not getting as much. So it makes sense to give that acre a different weight than to give the acre that's sending more. And then everyone recognizes that if you paid it, well, yeah, of course you're sending. I mean, it's believed, and there's confidence in that. And so the work that you're doing, as well as what Chuck's doing, is important for establishing that trust and that believability that if we do something out of the box, like sending our money, our tax dollars collected in South Bend, up to Steuben County, it's actually going to return something. Like there's going to be a change in the hydrograph or in the samples that we take.
But someone's got to take a risk. Without, you've got a question. You just can't. There's no free lunch, and I'm just full of them today. No free lunch, I would argue, or it's BS. I'm going to use that in my classes. It's BS, bad science. I'm going to use that. It's a great one. It's a great one. But the idea that we can promise, right? Things are changing. Our storm events are more extreme. They're coming at the wrong times. There's never a sure, but somebody's got to take a risk. And I would argue that conservation money right now is really hard won. I mean, every project takes so much hard work to get in. If there was just a little more leeway to be a little bit creative, and I do think if there's an urban-rural partnership where the kinds of dollars that they're spending in the city of South Bend or in the city of Goshen or in the city of Elkhart are orders of magnitude higher than the kinds of dollars we're spending in the rural infrastructure or landscape, period. If just a little bit of that could flow in to give some creativity, some not so, everything is just so tight, it's just locked down, and just open it up a bit, we could get some really creative solutions, I think.
But a piece on that, if you take those creative solutions and then put it into a educational piece that you can take to another watershed and
Yep.
say,
Yep.
this wasn't the rules, but this is what we did and this is the results.
Yeah.
You may be surprised how easy it is to move it ahead, that you were willing to look at a little something different and it worked, then those people are going to be more willing to work with you.
Yep, that's right.
The
Good
first
advice.
time you get a lot of this done, or the first time you do a big one, brag about it.
Yes, yes.
Have field days, get everybody out there, celebrate it.
Yep.
I've had huge success with that because I've been told that doesn't work and it's not going to work. And I said, go over here, go talk to Farmer Smith. And they're like, what? Go talk to him. Here's his number. And they like came back and said, yeah, you're right. Oh crap, you know.
We need Chateau Ditch
Yeah.
swag. I need apples that say, I've been to the Chateau Ditch, the longest two-stage in the world. That's what I need.
I need to go there.
You need to go there. You do need to go there.
So, interesting in this conversation, because the other parts of the conversation throughout the 2 days, we've often gone back to the phrase quality of life. It's elusive because everybody has a different definition. So if we flipped it on its head, we talk about quantity of life, which really feels odd. So what is the quantity of life? It's community responsibility. That's the quantitative side. It's community responsibility, and that's what I've heard you all talking about. It's all our responsibility. It's not Rodney's. It's not Tom's. It's not Chuck's. It's not Jim. It's all of our responsibility. We all live here. How do we know that? Because that's where the water drains. Because there's no flat. Right? It all drains.
Yep.
And so we know that. So what's the community's responsibility to that? And in town, I get to pay for it no matter what. And but I'm not asked to pay for what goes on elsewhere on either side of the utility boundary, as if it's not connected. Well, it is. And so we've got to figure out how to deal with community responsibility. It's a conversation we need to have. And if we don't figure out how to have it, I'm not sure who's going to figure it out. So we got to figure out how to have the hard conversation.
I mean, but taking pride, though, in the success stories. Like, on a day like today, if you can walk to your ditch and see, yes, the water is high, not overflowing the banks, but it's high and it's clear. Like right now, I crossed 5 ditches on the way here and it's chocolate milk. I guarantee you, anybody want to drive to Chateau with me today, it's high, but it's clear. And that's because of a combination of floodplains and cover crops in the watershed. And that, you know, if we could do that at the river scale, where a community that lives on a river sees high water, but it's clear water, not all the soils from upstream, that would be, I mean, that's very tangible to people.
So what's the celebration look like?
I don't know. That's very out of the box, Phil.
How about we only spent this much money on maintenance over the last 10 years?
Yeah.
But then
Our taxes are low.
So, and I'll use our swamp program because it's county and it's our money and it's paid in. But just last year in that small program, we put X amount of acres of cover crops out. We figured it out using cover crop calculator on a very estimated thing, and it took out 12,000 dump truck loads, quad axle loads of 7. Okay, basically 240,000 was not sent down a ditch. Well, when I get with the surveyor, they figure out to dip the ditch or to clean sediment out is a cost of about $30 a ton. That's a $7 million savings.
Yeah.
You start figuring that up.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That's just out of 14,000 acres of cover crops. That's what went through our program. Now there's a lot more that didn't get. So when you start putting those numbers together, and I know that looks like it's monopoly money. It's not real. But that's when you look at the sediment issues going to the Great Lakes, going to the Mississippi. Our Goshen Dam pond, we can't afford to dig sediment out. But if we can hold it back Where does that, so the Keith Millers, the Daryl Shoulders, Dale Lears, and the Whitmers, somehow I'd like to be better than a pat on the back.
Yes.
Good job.
Yes.
Well, that,
The Roger Rulons,
Yes.
hey, because yours is probably going, what, Cicero Ditch, or whatever that's called, into the White River, which has got extensive, you got Bob Barr and Mike Stark running up and down that thing. But for those that are putting that kind of conservation on the ground, it's a stewardship, it ought to be better than a pat on the back.
It's just really hard to quantify something that's not happening. To celebrate something that didn't happen is very challenging messaging. Like,
Throw that number into a pot and then start bidding out of it. I don't know.
well, one other thing you should celebrate, and I did this the first two-stage ditch I did. We got funding for it, but we built a two-stage ditch that replaced a 100-year-old 26-inch tile and like a 60-year-old 40-inch tile. Two-stage ditches got a lot more capacity, but we were controlling it. The farmer next to that came up and said, my yields went from 190 to 220.
wow.
And then we said, and here's the water quality benefit we got. So you got to show that benefit. And when we talked about that, I made sure that he was there. You get a session on what this did for your farm. And you need to do that and show that. So
Phil hits on this community. We talked about it last night. Thanksgiving dinner, and you may not have to like everybody. But we got to figure out how to love everybody. And then I think about celebrating, and we think about our family. It's like, oh, my cousin does this thing, he does that. And you're excited because someone in your group is doing something cool. And what I think ties this all together, I mentioned it last night, is that water is this thing. Like, you talk about city of South Bend versus the county. Okay, well, I pay in South Bend because I'm within these arbitrary municipal boundaries, and the idea of sending money out is maybe out of the box. But what's already cooked in to our drainage laws in Indiana and Michigan is that water does connect us starting at a small scale within one of these drainage districts, that we all are in a family here together, and that one of the ways that we're celebrating, or maybe being a pat on the back versus that's tangible, can be how much we pay for it, what's our maintenance, and to the point where one of it is like how much money you put in, but also how much you don't, the credits sort of idea, that you get exempted.
Bernard's 11%
Right? But then we want to do so. If
Save big money.
we
That's
show
a
that
good
it
idea,
works, if we
actually.
can show that it works in a drainage district within one county,
Yeah.
then could something like a river basin commission allow it to scale up to where instead of parcels of land owned by individuals, it's footprints of counties, cities, states that are sharing the burden of
But
managing this as a whole system.
I agree, Matt, but and I hate to say it, but you need a lawyer. I never say that. That was really scary. But so one of the law professors at Notre Dame got interested in the local drainage law in the St. Joseph River Basin, and so he started to dig. And he's like, I'll buy you breakfast if you'll come explain it to me. And I was just like, dude, it is super complicated, very, very old, and it's all historic. He said, oh, I'm going to dive into this. Maybe I'll write a book on this. I was like, you go for it. So the point is, there's law that somebody needs to advocate on the legal side for whatever. I don't know who that is or how those things happen, but I'm sure there are lawyers that would be interested.
funny story.
You know a lawyer.
I know a bunch of
Every
them.
engineer knows a lawyer.
Yeah, and sometimes
We will hold that
sometimes I've been told don't act like a lawyer. But the first large grant project that I got that had multiple practices, a lawyer took it and he changed all the names and flipped the watershed map upside down. I think I became Charles Bronson. I don't know how, and he did a dissertation on it. And this is how this worked. And he was a lawyer.
Yeah.
And it was presented to the state.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's my project. But it was just kind of funny that you said that, because that happened, and then it was
I
bragged about
do
more.
think when we start, I think county surveyors, drainage, who was correcting me, is it drainage commission?
In Michigan.
Yeah, in Michigan, but in
Drainage
Indiana,
commissioner.
commissioner.
Yeah.
So anyway, I never get the terminology right, but they are somewhat hamstrung by the law, and in order to really make change, somehow we need to partner or you have to be a demonstration project, get somebody to waive some things so that somebody can try something different. I think that would be amazing.
No, and I think that's what, there's pilot programs, and I think you gotta find a spot to try something and see, and if it didn't work, it's like many of us, probably tried different practices.
Sometimes it doesn't work.
Well, that didn't work, but we're gonna do this, and eventually, it got right. And much like that, we can engineer the snot out of this stuff, and a lot of times, I think over the last 50 years, we've over-engineered, we've overthought a lot of stuff, when basically, get back to the basics.
Well, I have an idea to pitch out there after your talk on is it triticale? Triticale. I think it would be really interesting to compare drainage from a field that is planted entirely in triticale versus a pattern tile drained field under traditional tillage versus the cross of that and pattern tile drainage to see what are the natural has anyone quantified the natural drainage benefits at the field and watershed scale, or is that still out there? Do you
That's
still need
out
an
there.
answer?
Yeah, because the question is what is nature doing versus what is the engineers doing?
Side by side.
No insult to the engineers.
No.
But nature has a lot of
I will
cards
do,
up her
if someone
sleeve.
will do it, I'll measure it for them.
I know of somebody that's got a controlled drainage, non-controlled drainage,
Yeah.
and pump all in the same piece. Might be a little far away for you, but
We drive. We got a truck. Yeah, it's good stuff.
All right, anybody, we're getting close on time. Anybody in the audience have anything for these folks? Besides a big thank you? Man, so cool.
Great.
Thank you, Jim. I'm gonna let you have any kind of last words here.
Well, I just appreciate all these guys coming out and being part of it, and you guys. Like, this is what makes this event work, is right here. And I think these are the discussions that need to take place. Probably more than just once a year. And
A lot of work.
probably at a smaller scale. Maybe we ought to meet in a township and figure out how we can work on this collaboratively inside a section even. Because that's where it's all happening. And maybe we look at different ways, but this is the information we want to bring to you guys to help broaden kind of the view. Because, well, like I said, I'm tired of redoing and looking at what has been done and the same thing year after year after year. Our job is to look for solutions and try to figure out, and things change. When Jen just said, they're old laws. Maybe that needs to be looked at, and maybe because a lot of things, our infrastructure here in Elkhart County has changed immensely since 1940. I'm pretty sure Hamilton County doesn't look the same as it did in 1940. That's when a lot of these SWCDs took place and were originated, and a lot of the drainage laws and stuff took place back, and they haven't been looked at since. And so I think, I'm gonna go back to the Gene Schmidt. We gotta be at the table, otherwise we're on the menu. And I'll say that all day long, because I think as much as we're out of our comfort zone, sitting at the table, we've got to.
Is there a drainage commissioner of drainage commissioners? Like, who's at the top of that?
Drainage boards.
Not anything.
No, there's nobody at the top. Like, there's nobody that supervises all.
There's an association.
is there
That would be
association of
super
drainage
interesting.
surveyors or drainage?
Yeah, yeah,
In each state.
yeah.
Yeah, I
I
know,
mean, get
I
on
know there
there.
is in most states, but.
Get on their schedule
Yeah.
over and over and over again.
So
You and I were at one.
I appreciate you guys
Thank
coming, listening. Any words of wisdom, ideas, that's what the SWC is for. Bring it to us. Talk. We're in a lot more conversations about this than we were 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and so my goal in this is to make something happen, and I don't know when, but we're not going to let it go. And it comes down to Rodney and I were talking about that last time. There's follow. You got to have follow through, and this is one of those things where I think we're smart enough. We've got enough information, enough data. There's enough technology out here now. We can do this in a resourceful manner. And like I said, if we can attribute the 240,000 ton savings of sediment to a $7 million cost savings for the county in just a small piece, we got to be able to figure out a way to make this work. So thanks everybody for coming out.
Great.
I still got a few vendors here. So again, give these guys a round of applause.
I got a round.
Bob, Tell him Jen said hello.
Hey, kudos to you.
7 o'clock in
All right?
Chicago. Yep.
You mentioned about the different infiltration rates for the tile or cover crop.
Oh,
Rotate this back and forth on the side. There's 3 pictures. Don't be concerned if it flips left to right because I changed direction. This is a tillage field. It's sandy, no tile. It's irrigated. This is a younger son across the road, no till. No water standing the full distance. I'll flip it back. You can see, here you can see water along the area. Go back again.
nothing there. Yep, yep. Yeah, and a day like today,